How's it going? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. The grind never stops. It'll only stop if I give up. So it might stop at some point, but for now it doesn't. Stella, 55 streams in a row. Let's go. So it kind of looks like every 5 streams it allows you to do the thingy. Because I think I remember 45, 40, 50. How's it going? Miss Lee, yeah, it should be increasing every time. Like, it's really ridiculous that it gives you so little. That's like what you get for being on a raid or something. Nothing. I poses. Come on, DVD, you can do it. You can load the game. I believe in you. Juna, you can do it. The first run of the day is always like this. My original DVD is struggling. Just getting ready for the session. After a couple runs. It was pretty good. And this PS2 is super old. And my copy has more than 10 years. And I think one of my memory cards probably also has that same age, and the other one has a little bit less. Any other stat facts? Yeah, I have a bunch. I actually have a bunch, but I don't wanna... I wanna throw everything at the very beginning of the stream. We're gonna wait a little bit. But yeah, I obtained 2 more interesting numbers, I think. And then we have 3 interesting numbers. And we can multiply all of them and get another interesting number. Mao. Freya is here. My round. Yeah. I was surprised your PvE was just 1 in 12 regarding Megazone Sisters. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fairly common run, let's say. Which I think it's kind of a good sign in a way, because that means, I mean, I'm still, 2 millions off. But that might be an indication that we might not need such a good sister pattern, you know what I mean? Like, we might not need a 1 in 280 pattern to beat it. We probably need something better than 1 in 12, but... But yeah, also I was thinking, because that probability you're calculating, that is the probability of megas, nothing else, right? Like getting that amount of megas, while the rest of the attacks can be any combinations of physicals and pain. Right? If I understand correctly? Am I around? What's up here? Oh, you remind me. I'm taking my hormones. Don't forget to HRT yourself, Chet. It's good for your health. I forget every day. Yeah, me too. I mean, I remember a little late, but usually I remember. Eventually, you know, like just late. But the psychological medication, that one is a little bit more important. I mean, HRT is important as well, but I can probably go a week without estrogen, and honestly, it wouldn't do a whole lot. Because I don't need blockers anymore. Whereas on the other one, is if I leave it for like 3 days, I'm gonna start getting side effects. I'm gonna get dizzy. If I go to plasma donation, I'm not surprised to do it before I go. Shit. Gotta keep plasma with estrogen. Oh. But yeah, so I was thinking the one in 180, or the donor gets my anti-androgens. Oh, I see. The one in 280, I was thinking that's the probability of just 3 megas. But we're not quite getting the probability of, because there's also a relatively low number of pains. So I think the number we're calculating, it's a little bit, you know, less likely. If we take that into account. Because I think it's, as I was putting before, it's 3 megas plus any combination of attacks, and it's either that or you are calculating the probability of the physical attacks, rather, and then any combination of megas, and I think that's what we do yesterday, right? Probability of like 23. Fewer pains is obviously ideal. Yes and no. It depends. I'm a believer that megas are worse than pains. Like, I'd rather take 3 megas and 7 pains than the other way around. 3 pains and 7 megas, that will kill me more time. The sister is going to die versus a normal. Literally makes no difference. You mean versus a physical? Haste. Oh yeah. But I'm not really talking about like higher HP or that kind of discussion right here. I just wanna calculate the probability of that run because I wanna get some numbers. Like what we have currently is an upper bound or lower bound. It's not a double. Because I think we only have the probability of the physicals. And then any combination of the others. It shouldn't be that much difference because the others are so little compared to the physicals. But it's still a big difference in terms of like a run with, let's say, because I'm trying to remember what was the combination. It was like 7 paints, 3 megas, which I guess that gives like 16 physicals. When you don't have a large sample set. Yeah, but that's the thing. We can simulate the sample set. There are game facts posts. And we can estimate their number of attempts. We even have milestones in those posts. Oh, trust me, skeptical or not, like that's the cool thing. Even if you give the greatest benefit of the doubt, it's still not a whole lot of attempts. It's actually probably not a whole lot at all. And in any case, regardless of that, it's the data we have, you know? Because let's say the case you want to present gives a probable thing, then that's the end of the discussion, right? But then, what if the data you have gives you a, you know, statistically impossible run? Then you also have a case. The case is always funded on what is said and what is not said. If we're going by like honorable clause, let's say. Come on, why double pain? And also, it's not just about that. Even if that doesn't get any uses on, you know, telling how likely a specific run is, it can give us a good idea of how likely a clear is. And with that, you know, me and Adam can get an idea of how much more time we're going to be spending on this shit. That is arguably the most interesting number. And one that, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit afraid of calculating that number. Because what if it's a 1 in a million? Gambler's fallacy. What was the gambler's fallacy? I don't remember it. Gair, how you doing? There's a lot of space. You can lay down there. You can just lay down here. Anything? Not necessary to jump into this. It's not necessary to jump into this. I know. It's not necessary. You can just just lie down there. The ones you already did don't change the probability of the ones you do now or in the future. True. But okay, 1 in a million. Whether I've done 1,000 or 2,000 or 0, it's good to know if it's a 1 in a million or 1 in 50,000. Regardless of how much I've done, I'd rather do 50,000 more runs than a million more. Like I'm not adding my 1,500 attempts to that probability. In fact, I'm adding 0. I just want to know what are the chances. And the gear is just gonna drop every single thing in my in my desk. Everything. No, Gare, I need to... Come on. Ugh. Oh, yeah, I know that. I know that. That can totally happen. But... like, I actually don't care about that. I don't care about who gets it first. Or who has done more runs. I just care about the probability. Because, again, if it is a 1 in a million... I will probably just stop tomorrow. Because that feels impossible. But if it is a 1 in 40,000, that's bad, but it's not too bad. Like, I've done stuff like that on Ragnarok, for instance. One in 40,000, assuming optimal play. Yeah, I don't know yet. There's some numbers that I don't quite like. Again, I'm not disclosing these numbers yet. I'll do it in a little bit probably. But it really depends. It depends on a lot of things. Still. And I think we still need a better estimate of, like, one of the hardest things to calculate, and also one of the most important numbers that we need to calculate, is the probability of surviving Oblivion. Which right now, Carifian estimates it's about 75%. I honestly think it's bigger than that. That feels a little bit too low to me. I would say it's at least 80. At least with feather strats. But it is difficult to calculate it because It's also different depending on whether it's a bad round or a sister round. And if I get a sister round, it depends whether it's a Hyper Mighty G round or not. Like if it is a combo or a tick round, the number of turns you need to after the sisters, you know, all those things. Basically every round that is guaranteed, I just separate that probability and give it to a good sister pattern. So I'm just assuming sisters don't die, because that probability is already like low-key calculated on the good pattern for sisters, right? Yeah, because if it's like, if it's actually 75%, and you just take that number for granted on every single round, you know, a win round will probably have 23 rounds. And that's 0.75 to the power of 23. And that's a big number in odds. It's not that terrible, but you need to multiply that number by your triple hastes. Survivability. Oh yeah, no, it's just one more thing. Again, I'm calculating all these things low-key independently. So the survival probability, that one on itself is actually not that big. Just like a great sister pattern is actually not that big, and a triple haste even is not that big. I also have numbers on that. The problem is when you multiply those three. Like, let's say each of those numbers are on 100. Just 100. 100 times 100. 3 times? That's a big number, isn't it? And that kind of sucks. Because again, everything has to happen together. So you have to multiply the probabilities. Assuming they're all independent. That's also true. Yeah. Which so far, they kinda are. Like, we at least know that sister RNG is fairly independent of the other. Well, yes and no, it depends. Because it depends on your HP, and your HP depends on good anima patterns. Which means, in a way, that a triple haste run is actually more probable to keep being a triple haste if you get a good anima pattern during sister. So they're actually not fully independent. They're a little bit independent. But the HP of the sisters is basically what links these two different RNG factors. Like how quickly you can get back to sisters rather than just survive. Yeah. Yeah, an interesting... I always thought about an interesting thought experiment that can be turned into an experiment, but I don't know if I want to spend that much time on something like that. is do runs of just survival. Like, where I don't give a shit about sisters or doing any damage. I'm just trying to survive. I just want to get a Hyper Mighty G or an Aeon block. Nothing else. And see like how much better my numbers are. You're missing out on actual attempts. That's the other thing. That's also why I don't want to do it. It's like back in the day when I always was hesitant to do this at all when my sisters were in full luck. Because I was like, what if I get a god run? But I cannot do enough damage. Because, you know, my luck is not there yet. But I figured, you know, I need to get familiar with the thing anyways, and all that. I'm just gonna do a couple. And I end up doing a bunch. And trust me, I still have a little bit of that even today. Because my other Aeons are not full luck. Like, it's gonna be a very interesting day, if it ever happens. If I get a run where I'm like 200k off of killing it. And that 200k you could have done it with if all my other, if Yojimbo, you know, would have done another 60k. Like it's, and then you have like all the ones from Balevor, a possible one on Meteor Strike. There could be a missing crit on Anima. I guess Bahamut can crit as well. Now the thing that is comforting, let's say, as unlikely as it was, but I feel like Dance Run could have probably done 9 million damage, honestly. If you know, if it needed to keep going. All three sisters were on haste, I think. Or at least 2. And there were still 18 or 17 Phoenix Dawns. With some Hyper Mighty Preservation and a couple more rounds. I can see another million being cut, so... I thought you said today was a late stream. Yes! It was. I was going to do something with my girlfriend, but my girlfriend had to do other stuff. So we move it to tomorrow. So tomorrow, it might be a late stream. If any. Might, yeah. Cure. But yeah, it's easy to get lost in numbers, obviously. That's why my band is called that. Because I always get lost in numbers. But yeah, I got some data on the frequency of hastes, and we're mostly talking about hastes on first round, but I'm also included a couple more later on. And I'm not really calculating the probability of Sandy doing multiple hastes necessarily, or again, it's not really a probability, it's the frequency, but more so I'm looking at the numbers of times we were able to have like a single haste, you know, like one cistern haste versus two cistern haste versus three, and that definitely is as well not independent of the anima structure of attacks, obviously. So that's another one that is not really independent, sadly. Yeah. Relax. It's like a little bit independent because you usually only look at the first turns most of the time. Is the chance for a haste dependent on anything besides RNG? Motivation. We actually have the exact numbers on GameFAQs. I don't know if they're 100% correct, but I bet Grey Fox probably, or Carrie, knows the exact numbers and whether the old sister fact is correct or not. But yeah, so sisters have a variable called motivation. First time you summon them on a fight, like it always resets every fight, but when you summon them, they start with 50. And it can go from 0 to 100. Every action increases motivation, except for taking a break. And I don't remember if dying might decrease motivation. You really want to clean yourself. She's trying so hard. So for instance, when Cindy does auto life from a do as you will, she gains 10 motivation. If she does this from a help each other, it's less. I don't remember how much, like 6 or 5. And motivation alters future actions. So a lot of probabilities are calculated as motivation divided by a certain number. Like motivation divided by 250, for instance. You check for that, and that's a probability, I think. And I think it's compared to whatever the RNG is throwing, because I think that gives you a chance. And the probability depends on RNG. I don't know what RNG governs sisters, but whatever RNG that does that, which that one is independent on everything else, at least. And that's also why it was so much work for Greyfoss to implement the sisters in the tracker, because you need to keep track of motivation and their HP as well. Some things are calculated on the ratio of your HP to max HP, for instance. Yeah, so about that, even if nothing else. So that's also another number that is interesting. Like, okay, let's say you want to manip that. How much does it take you to manip a haste on Sandy on first turn? Compared to just how likely hastes are in general. Because what if it takes you more to manip a haste than just do attempts and fetch for one? That's the thing. Manipping is not fast. Manipping, it's actually like excruciatingly slow. One manip round, you can get so many non-manips. Gare, please relax. Please relax. Everything's fine. You don't need to clean yourself the entire day. You're fully clean, I promise. You're clean. Stop. Clean my hand. Can you advance the RG outside of battle? Yes, if you summon sisters. Only sisters can alter sister actions. Nothing else in the game. Yeah, so I got a single haste before. I'm actually gonna get these numbers. Alright, you're being a mess. I'm sorry, Ger, but it's too much. No, Ger, there is a limit. There is a limit, Ger. You have to relax a little bit, please. So get into an easy fight and just keep advancing until you see it'll do haste in the dark anime fight? Yes! That's a great idea. It takes a lot of time. And I don't know if the tracker will sync to it properly yet as well. You have to also take into account all the false positives. So a lot of the time it's less a question of what to do and how much does it take. Let's take a look at some numbers. So these stats are over 3 streams of Adam. And a bunch of streams on me. 7. But the numbers are... There are a lot of things, but basically the probability of getting a single haste, so only one sister survives with a haste. Sometimes these are triples, like 3 in a row with one more time. But let's say the sisters get killed, and you end up with just one sister at the end. Okay? So that's a single in this context. A double is when 2 sisters are left out with, triple when 3, so on. And these are more or less the numbers, and the numbers are fairly close, which I love. So this is the attempt per hour. This is calculating in a different part. So this total haste is like any haste, you get about 2 per hour on average. Okay, so your manips need to be at least, you know, half an hour, I guess. Now that's for a single haste, obviously. And then we got the others, so a very good number here. So 0.46 triple hastes per hour. And if you translate that to attempts per triple haste using the numbers and all that, I get a triple haste like every 15 attempts or so. And Adamant's as well, more or less. And that is around 2 hours, I think. It's more or less 2 hours. So if you're doing manips and you wanna just manip that, yeah, that's the number I guess you would like to look at. And you can probably do manips faster than that. But it's also a lot of effort. Like it's actually on the difficulty side. It's way easier to do 2 hours of attempts, normal attempts, than 2 hours of, or half an hour even, of manips. That is on like the brain taxing part of things. Now, of course, that's not an excuse, but you know, I'm just talking about difficulty. What's the most time-consuming parts of fishing or haste manip? The most difficult part or time-consuming part, in my opinion, is we don't have a way. We don't have a haste finder. If we have something like a haste finder, it will be pretty fast, probably. But we don't have anything like that. And developing something like that is extremely hard, in my opinion, as well. Especially because I think sisters are still not fully understood, or at least not fully implemented. So what that means is you have to fish it manually. And fishing manually, what it means is you simulate a fight. Usually it's easier with a preventive. I like doing it with a preventive because I don't have to look at turns. Gare, no. No. You're banned from the desk. So what you do is you just try every combination. Every combination of sister actions until one gives you a haste. And then pray that the first anima turn doesn't alter your one more time next turn. Or at least that's what I've been doing lately. If the tracker is correct, you definitely do it. Anyways, I gotta drive for a bit, so I'll see you later. Okay. Talking about hastes. Yeah, the tracker is still not accurate, sadly. Not yet. Um. Around. Of course, there's a double mega. Around. Gerd, you're distracting me. You made me lose a triple. Well, it doesn't matter because I died. Okay. Can I count this one as a triple? Come on. Please, Sandy. That's miserable. Wait, she doesn't have auto life? I thought she did. Yeah, we gotta get that. I guess she got the haze after. That was before. That might mean that she doesn't have the other buffs. I'm not sure. Well, if she got it after, she probably does. I don't know. I don't even know. I think that's pretty good. Okay. I should have done anima. Forget that I have to start with anima now. Waka can be Riku. Let me know if this is going anywhere. Guess not. Again, she does have the shell. That was real, at least. That's 80. Okay. Oh, but it's 80 on one. What? Really? Okay. Fair enough. I kind of want to run on OG strats. I haven't done it in a while. I think I missed them a little bit. She's being an asshole. She's also being an asshole. Very cool. No defense commands. Okay. Fuck it, I'm gonna run on OG a little bit. Which is the one you... okay. No. Why press it so fast? Like if it was Ixion, I would have done some Ixion attacks. I think I was like Hyper Mighty G. Muscle memory. Felt like that. Please. Obviously. Well, this is looking just like my PV. Wait, really? I thought it was just the good amount. Oh, I guess maybe the attack. Plus the attack, it wasn't the correct amount. Fair enough. I was probably at... I was probably at 65. So then with the attack, it was 70, exactly. Or something like that. Makes sense. The good play would have been still trio, but into Tirus, probably. Like switch Waka with Tirus and storage the trio. No, actually, that would have been... No, yeah. No, that's optimal. That is correct. Cool. Not cool. Please do something. Thanks. Probably your last chance. Another one? Okay. Probably one of the worst starts I've seen ever. And it keeps getting worse. Okay. Maybe not. Every fucking time. There's actually something very cool about these threads. Although I guess in the other ones you can summon again in round 1 instead. It's also pretty cool. No, no pains. I need overdrive, please. Kill me with physicals, at least. You're gonna kill me. Or give me 2 megas. 2 megas is enough. Apparently not for Waka. Wait, why does Waka have such an ass weapon? Oh, he starts with that on this. Forgot that I have that shit. I have to take a look into that, probably. Well, I can summon. It's an 80. Yeah, it's like he has a first strike initiative without triple haste. I mean triple overdrive right now, which is suboptimal. Oh, come on, you just kill me. You literally kill me. No, actually, not yet. Not yet. I think. I think I can still survive. Yeah, no, this is fine. I think. I'm not sure. I think it's fine. That might not be fine. I think it was 2 for Riku. Yep. Yeah, so if I ever want to consistently come back to OG strats, I actually need... I gotta farm Earth Eater a little bit. Until I get a triple overdrive for Waka. It's not that big of a deal. But it is something. And now I can't make up my mind which one I want to use. Every time I use one, I miss something about the other. OG strats are so fast animation-wise. Like, Yuna moves so fast, it's insane. And you actually have to do attack reels. But the other one, it's really cool. Oh boy. The biggest problem is I can't really switch between the two. So now I'm stuck with OG. Never mind. You suck. Better give me a fool. That's not a fool. Fuck you. Well, it's around. And it's gonna be funny because I'm on OG strats. So I need to deal with my muscle memory. Yeah, also, if I get another Mega, Riku would survive here with the other strats. Okay. I can actually switch you now. What the hell? Fuck you. Well, I definitely save a turn by attacking that all that much. I think she just killed me. I don't know if Riku has enough time. Or overdrive, depending on what happens. Okay, either another Mega or an attack on Waka. Or Juna. Okay, I'm dead. So even if I survive, I don't have a... Yeah, just like the old days. Trio just loves to kill me. That's so stupid. That is so stupid. That I actually have a turn. I hate Trio so much. Dude. Like, that should give Riku overdrive, right? That should give Riku overdrive. It's so stupid that it doesn't. One of my friends is receiving damage. Why does that not give me overdrive? That is so stupid. Ah, dude. That is actually so unfair. I go back to Feather. She's so slow. Well, that animation isn't really that different. It's the stand-up animation on when she dies. The one that's really slow. Like, even the one that revives is not that slow. When she's doing the Auto Phoenix. What is going on? I'm actually getting a fair amount of haste today. Fuck you. I know who that is. The camera definitely looks different when one of the sisters is dead. Yeah, no, you would never be able to do that. No, don't do that, don't do that. Oh no, you strats. It is a little crazy. Now I'm spoiled. I can't go back to OG without thinking on things like this. Yeah, that's like the one sister that didn't need it. Honestly. Fuck off. So, I'm actually not dead. But this is a bad run. I mean... Yeah, I can dismiss here and survive, but... It's not a good start. Killing bad runs is also important. I have to change the equipment because my OG is default right now. So I'm probably gonna have to like save over the other file in the next attempt. This one might not last long, so... You really love your sister. I think it's too late for haste. Ooh. Okay, so select the other file. Right? Yeah. And we'll save over it. I really wish the counter would go over 1,000. Because it will actually help me discern between different files. All then look the same. Lovely. Super lovely. So there is a part of me that wants to do, you know, a triple shell. But that can also be a haze. Surprising amount of physicals. No pains and I think 2 megas. This is my niche. Because I can't sit in a normal way for more than a couple minutes. I need to change my legs. No. Okay, thanks. Like cheat rated for a normal. Slightly less bad. I mean, a normal attack is totally fine. It's just that I would prefer a defense. Mental. At least that's gonna wake her up. Good thing the turn was before, so we can triple. I would feel really bad instead. Can't wait for the Mega though. It's gonna be great. Okay, it's a pain. And the lowest HP. But my best DPS, obviously. Please, thank you. Please, Mindy. Okay. She gave you a lot of opportunities for a full life. Yeah, why not? Where are my shells? She loves me. That still is not enough to survive, by the way. Ah! Oh no, it is. And I'll triple to the trash. Okay, so I'm gonna reach 2 hours of stream here. Depending on how much this attempt takes, obviously. And I was thinking maybe I could do manage just to fetch for Hastes. Kind of like what Stella said, and see how many I can get in like an hour or something. To get an idea, maybe. Now here's where I get a super deep run, and that ruins my plans, obviously. Mindui. She does too many taking a breaks. You gotta choose fight. Lower probability of Pasado, but high probability of doing something. This surprises me that help each other is not guaranteed when someone is dead. As for example, defense is actually guaranteed to appear always if someone is dead. No matter what. And that's the reason why I don't reset when Cindy dies. Because you get defense every single turn. And call it a placebo, but it is kind of incredible the amount of times I've seen a haste after Cindy dies. It might be something as simple as, you know, you get more defense commands than usual, but it feels like more than that. Also, I think the lower your HP is, or of the sisters, is also more probabilities of a defense command. Alright, let's go for a couple manips. I need to modify my notes. I had them wrong last time. Seed Finder. Oh yeah, I gotta modify this the macro. Well, it might not matter that much. Is Juna's equipment the one that matters? No. Muscle memory is crazy. Okay, I can probably modify them on the fly and then for the next one. I reload the correct, so I don't waste that much time. Oops. Doesn't matter too much. Okay, so what's different is we do. Let's start with Riku. Okay, I need one fight. Hello, Stella. You're home? Nice. I am Moneybean. Pick up my brother, and then a handful of groceries. Nice. Blizzaga. Fight, go, help each other. Okay, we are the sync. This is not a preventive. Okay, so we are the sync. Never mind. Should actually check on the preventive. Or not the sync. False positive, maybe. False positive? Yeah. No double. And the gear on Haze has no HP. I think while you were gone, I think I got 2 triple hastes. That didn't make it far at all. Like, they died pretty quickly. This Mindy. Fuck you, that's the worst. I can't double. Why do you make me play these? You know, what's the real strat, chat? I need to buy another PS2 and another CRT. And I need to do or multiple. And I need to do multiple runs at a time. That's the real strat. Because there's so much weight between runs. Or at a time to keep up with HDPC. Yeah. Yeah, and I need to record them with Amareg. So there's actual like raw game feed on each that is independent of the like the wall of attempts that I'm doing on the stream. Make it 5 to be safe, yeah. Or we can do something like, you know, I have kind of like the Minecraft has this thing, Minecraft speedrunning. They call it the wall, which is they have seed finders, or it's like it's a macro that runs one seed after another so many times really fast, and it discards bad seeds. This is for random seed, by the way. That's 65. So I have to do that, but manually. So I have a wall of attempts on the stream, you know, where my game feed is now. I will have like 9. And once one of those is a good one, I'll switch to focus on that one, and I just leave the others on the background, right? So I'll switch the audio to that one. I'll put it in a bigger thingy and all that, and I'll leave the others on wait. Something like that. Yeah, at least it doesn't last long. Fucking crits. I also was thinking, because one possibility, it's while I wait for this, I just get the fight ready. But then I won't be able to do a preventive. Now the good thing about that is I'll probably waste less time on false positives. But this one's taking forever. Wait, that's the one from before. Oh, so it grad is on top. Okay. So it's this one. Rather. Okay, I actually have a preventive immediately. Cannot get a defense turn 1. Shell. Kamisare. Take a break, fight. One more time, auto life. Go, shell. Misare. Is that a preventive? That might be a preventive. Wasn't paying attention. Gotta look at the sister turns. It has to at least be a preventive. Okay, I get a Razzia. Then she's gonna lose a turn. Go is an attack. This is not a preventive. Well, there goes another fake. I didn't go down. I think I didn't go down on that one. They were kind of late. Thanks. Okay, it's not a preventive. Sadly. I should see fight, help each other. Cindy Mindy Sandy. Okay, could be. So let's see who gets the next turn. There is a haste in the vicinity. I don't know if I can get it. I hate when this happens. It's when sometimes you skip one sister turn and you see a haze in the vicinity for later, but you can't really skip a turn. That's impossible. Okay, looks correct so far. Oh yeah, oops. I mean, that's correct. But this is not implemented. And I didn't have any other options. And Dosy Will was reflected, so... Alright, that's pretty cool. But yeah, also if I wanna route a specific seed and then I wanna run it, I will actually need to buy a new battery for my PS2 so I can use the clock. So my clock is broken right now. I already checked which model of battery it is. Now the bad part is it's not like a simple battery I can buy anywhere. You can do that with a normal PS2, like the big one, but I have a slim PS2. And there I need like a specific thing. It's not just a battery, it comes with like its own like package and some cables. I saw some on eBay, and I'm asking for a local shop if they have it. But the first answer they gave me kind of sounded like they just have for normal PS2, not for Slim. That's also what I think I have to do. I haven't actually opened my PS2 to check if that's the battery I need. I will need to do it, but I don't want to open it right now. Yeah, but yeah, maybe I should take a look at, like, you know, look for a seat that I can reliably get, and that from there it's just like a godlike start, you know, something like that. And I need to see, like, how do I recover a seat from the timer of the console, basically. On PS2 as well, which might be harder than on HD. I also have no idea if you can set the clock on PCSX too. I don't remember if you have Sato. You do? Okay. No. No. I'm about to finish Season 6 of Malcolm. It's funny seeing how the guys grow up. Apparently you cannot set it. It's just the PC clock. Oh, interesting. I will need to I will need to set my PC clock. That's a little bit messy. I don't know if I want to do that. But that's probably not a problem. So what I'm thinking, if I want to route on PCSX, assuming it works like console, which I will need to test it as well, probably. I was thinking doing a seat finder on emulator with the tracker. Then I know which seat I have, and then try to look for that number on cheat engine so I can get the variable, the address, and then do it again, you know, to get at least 2 and get the exact address. And so then I can just, if I have a list of all possible seeds, I can just test a bunch of them until I find something interesting. Now, I cannot test every single seed because it's 2 to the power 32, I think. So honestly, it would be better to find a way, you know, to program a haze finder with the seeds or something. I don't know. Talking about haze. Of course. You can get triple haze, you can get good sister patterns, you can get oblivion checks, but you can't get all of them together. They're out to get me. Yes, that could have been a Razzia and I could have died there, and I don't give a shit. The game wanna kills my run, can do it. It's also funny, you know, like if we could make like a seed finder but with sister actions instead, which is really hard because it depends on Anima's actions as well. Low-key. If Danks started every attempt from a restart, which probably not, honestly, but only if, then maybe we can find Danks seed. But if you don't do every attempt for a restart, then I don't think you can find that. It's going pretty hard on the girls. Not a crit. Yeah, I don't have a button for that. I have to use Ixion's button. I got rid of it at some point, but maybe I should implement it again. Someone in one of my shorts thought that I was like making kind of a Pokemon fight between Dark Aeons. Because they thought I was using Dark Ixion. They asked, how do you got a Dark Ixion? I was like, that's just Ixion. Those are Ixion colors. Provided, they are probably the two most similar Dark Aeons, because Ixion is already, you know, a little bit black and white. But I, in fact, don't have a Dark Ixion. I promise. 75-1. Even that wouldn't be enough to kill Dark Anima. Even if I had a Dark Ixion. Darmagus Sisters, on the other hand, maybe? Well, actually no, because they actually suck. They don't have any buffs. They just have a lot of HP. That's about it. Okay. Justela, have you played the PS2 Castlevanias? I think it's Lament of Innocence and Curse of Darkness or something like that. A bit. I think I played Lament when I was young. I don't remember a whole lot of it. I don't remember liking it, but... And like, I have some weird images in my head. Like, I think I remember an enemy that kind of looked like Oshu from this game. And a Sucubus, maybe. That I think it was a boss. And also like a fire elemental or something, I don't know. And I want to say a big room with elevators, but I'm also not sure. Or teleporters? Something like a hub of some kind. I was also thinking about Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, which also don't remember a whole lot about it. I have like random images, like clips in my head. I don't know how real they are. But I do remember liking it a lot when I was young. How many paints in a row is this? Like, I need to see if she does paint again. Okay. That's funny, because this is actually not that bad in terms of HP. And I did some damage. I could have played that. But probably better if we don't. But yeah, there's 1 or 2 songs from Lament that actually show up in my game playlist from time to time. Guaterga. You both have great music? Yeah. Even like Castlevania in general tends to have good music. Oops, all specials. Oops, all gravitons. Castlevania 64? Yeah. Now that one, I actually don't remember a whole lot of the music apart from the main theme. Like that one, I like it a lot. But apart from that, maybe one of the towers. That's because I was joking. Yeah. But the main theme is really good, and I think there's one of the towers that have pretty good music. Like the Tower of Science, could it be? We gotta use more kappas. I think kappa is a great invention. For someone like me that cannot read jokes. I don't have the ability to read sarcasm. Sometimes. Like, if someone says something so obviously sarcastic, but that's the thing, I need to know them very well. I play a lot, I even hear in my head sometimes. I think most people wouldn't give it a second thought. The main theme is great. That also goes in my head from time to time. Mostly as flashbacks of not being able to jump because you're going to explode, but also as good music. You are so not sarcastic. IRL. Okay, I get that one because I know you a lot. Booty. It's been a while. How's it going? I haven't seen you in my chat in forever. Booty's Booty. Yeah, that's the funny thing. Like, when I was young, so I'll tell you a story. I was a kid once, the chomp, and I was very not sarcastic actually, because I didn't know sarcasm at the time. I didn't know it was a thing, so I wasn't sarcastic, and I wouldn't understand sarcasm as well from other people because I didn't know it existed. Until one day I realized about this whole concept of saying something and meaning the opposite. And that you can sort of reveal it with some intonation and like the rules of it and all that. And after I discovered that, I became extremely sarcastic. But also all these rules of intonation, all those things, I realized those things years later. I actually didn't know about those things for a while. And that meant a lot of years where I was kind of just an asshole. Like, such an asshole. Because I was being sarcastic all the time, but I didn't know about intonation, about intention, about context. All those things that are important for sarcasm to work. I'm still too sarcastic. It's true, but you use those tools. You use the intonation, you use the tone, you use the context very well. By the way, your run is so good. Yeah, but you're giving it up. That's too easy. This run is fantastic. So you see, those are easy to catch. Because WatchUp doesn't know what a good run looks like of this game, I think. While Stella does know. So with enough context, I know both are being sarcastic. But with the Castlevania 64, I actually don't know, because I know Stella loves that game. And so it can perfectly be that she finds the music a masterpiece. You know? But you know, I will feel self-conscious. There's nothing worse than being sarcastic and people believing you are sincere. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, no shit. There's a handful of good songs in Castlevania. Yeah, no. There is. I think Clock Tower is also pretty decent. Also, what is the order of things? It's like one, a couple, a handful, a bunch. You people that talk in English are insane. You tend to watch stream without knowing what's happening. Yours is in that category. Yeah, I imagine. I would just say a couple, a few, and several. Yeah. I like a bunch. I like how it sounds. And I like that several is like a lot. I definitely should say a few, a little bit more. And actually I don't even use several that much. It's like severe, you know, it's like... It has some oomph to it. A handful sounds like an amount that you can grasp, you know, in your hand. Several means 7 to 12. So it's less than a dozen for you. For me, it's like 20. 1, 2, many, lots. And how much is too many? Thank you for the good luck and have fun. What do you have? You have nothing. I don't have a whole lot as well. Not a haste. But yeah, watch out. I don't know if you remember. At some point I told you that I was trying to do this challenge about beating a super boss of a certain RPG on quote-unquote level 1. This is that challenge. Told me a lot of stuff I remember. Nice. This is not, it's not in the mix. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I told you about this at some point. Just not in detail, probably. Unlike the other speedruns. Or rather, the speedruns I do. This one is not a speedrun. This one is a challenge. I try to play relatively fast because I want to optimize attempts, but time is not really a constraint. Have you considered using your spears levels? She attack and she protect. No haste. Sucks. And she breaks. No. Imagine not knowing how to level up. That's funny, chat. That's actually a thing. When I was... Okay, so the first time I played this game, I didn't know English. And I was playing the game, and I go to that part where the Sphere Grid tutorial happens. And there was a lot of letters and a lot of things, and they were telling me so much stuff. And I didn't understand shit. There was like a weird map, and it moved, and there were buttons, and so much. I just wanted to kill stuff. And so I just glanced over it and kept playing. And I think I might have got to Kalika or something like that. Until I was, you know, like starting to struggle. And I was like, this RPG is hard. This is way harder than, I don't know, Chrono Trigger. Not that Chrono Trigger is hard, but it was like the RPG I was most familiar with. And then a cousin, I think, explained me how the sphere grid worked. So you see, I'm a no sphere grid natural, if you think about it. He does the haste. Yep, exactly. You got the full life. You got the double haste. And she does the passato. And she does the auto life on herself. Yo, Raging Gamer Hunsinger. And I get a triple now. Passato, please. And I get another naturally generated haste. That's insane. Okay, serious time, chat. Please do something. I mean, sure, I don't need it, but... So what's the challenge? Give me a second. I know someone that doesn't know how to level up Komar. Not in this game. I don't know about it. I don't know what he's talking about there. Yeah, that's the challenge, pretty much. Okay, who died? Sandy, right? That sucks a little bit. I low-key wanna keep Kuragging. Fuck it. Kuragame. Oh. Wait. I don't know if you should say that on my chat. You forgot the most important rule. You are thickened than you remember. What do you mean, Booty? I am thicker, yes. I actually need to do more exercise. You see, I'm bad with... But yeah, basically this game, it has a lot of mechanics. So there is this mechanic called the sphere tree. So you don't really level up in this game. You cannot level up automatically, let's say. You can only level up manually. So you get sphere levels. And you can go to the sphere grid, which is on the menu, by the way. You just go there, and it's like, it's a grid. Like a giant rock. Like a table, and you spend sphere levels there to like increase your stats and get abilities. So no sphere grid means you never touch that thing. So you are virtually stuck on level 1, stat wise. But you are still allowed to use everything else. So in my case, a lot of broken equipment, late game equipment I can use, and I can also use summons. Which are pretty broken, and you can level up summons without using the sphere grid. That sounds a little broken, but in fact doesn't help a whole lot. I mean, it does help. It makes this possible, allegedly, but it's not trivial. So, to put it on perspective, no one has done this on console ever. Yeah, and also it takes, I estimated a minimum of 800 hours to have a functional file that can even attempt the fight. I have one, by the way. I have thousands of hours, but it probably only takes that. It's just that, you know, when I was doing the file, I was testing a lot of stuff. Now that I have more knowledge, if I were to do it again, it would probably take that amount of time. That's being generous. I actually calculated. Like, if you only level up the necessary stuff and nothing else, and also, I'm not counting, by the way, I am not counting any of the shield Aeons. I'm just saying sisters, nothing else. Sister luck is like 600 hours, 600 hours. Then if you add HP, sister HP, it should be like 800 hours. Now, if you add all the other Aeons, like shield Aeons HP, then it is like 1,000. And if you add luck of other Aeons, then it goes, you know. But it's like 200 hours per Aeon, probably. So, something important, like, a lot of the people say, okay, that doesn't look like a lot of time, because you take a look at your, how much time you play Dota or LOL or whatever. I don't play any of those, but people do. And they have thousands of hours. But the problem is what you're not understanding about those 600 hours is 600 hours of Earth Eater and nothing else. You know, when you're playing LOL, when you're playing Dota, you're doing a lot of stuff. You're raging, you're playing with your friends, or with people you hate, whatever. No, this is just Earth Eater, nothing else. That is the big thing, and that's why even when you do it, it feels like more. But optimally, it's actually not that much time. It's just that after doing the same thing 4 hours per day for a month, you start to go insane. Yeah, this round kind of blows. Yeah, like trying it legit, quote unquote, like on console, I think it's 2, and then there's more people trying it with FFX editor, which it's fair because I understand the grind it's totally insane. Yeah, that's why I'm saying. I'm talking about the optimal grinding. If you don't, and that's why my file is not 800 hours. My file is probably 2,000 hours. Because I also did that for a while, until I realized Ixion was faster. And also, just leveling up Anima. And also, giving haste to Earth Eater. And all those things, all those little things that I tweaked over the years was to reduce the amount of time I would spend at my desk leveling on my PS2. And I can still do it while I do something else. I have a turbo controller, by the way. Not this one, but I have one that I used to use for log grinding. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it allegedly has one save state in the middle. FX has a ton of people who do other challenges. Yeah, like this game is very challenge driven. Like people on Adam Discord were talking about there's a new person to the very small list that beat the ultimate NSG. Now it's like 10 people instead of 9 or something like that. It's pretty crazy. Okay. The ticks look a little weird. Yeah, that's a 2. 3 even. Say items cheat. Yeah. Yeah, like I don't know how you people capture like 10 creatures on NSG Ultimate, like, or 5 of each. I don't know what you do. I don't even know your strats because I've never done anything like that. I only done NSG, like provided NSG NS super bosses and a little bit of NSG super bosses. I mean a lot of it actually, but I spend more time on NSG NS super bosses. That's where I put the most of my time. Mindy, what the fuck? Fire everything, unless you like to do Strat of Abyss or Dark Matters. I see. So it's to get the 99 Dark Matters. This is the Ultima Buster. Capture. A Fenrir for Stormproof while you do it? I see. I low-key want a normal attack. I don't think I can avoid next turn though. That looks like a 75. It'll be an 85. I need 3 attacks. Plus the ticks. I need a lot of them, so... yeah, I don't think I can avoid it. So 7 though. Candle of Life to those and wait 200 Doom ticks to do it. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, so that's the good amount of ticks. Which means only if Sandy survives this turn and she doesn't do anything stupid, then I can dismiss next turn. Or the other option is doing an attack and try to survive with Riku. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. We'll see. Just so we can get this. We dismiss here. This Riku 1 turn. Riku only. Okay. If only Dark Anima was vulnerable to Doom. Even if it's 255, I think there is a small chance. Maybe with enough shields. And Hyper Mighty Yeast. I'm gonna get some water. If you're going flick slow, like on Dark Anima? If you're going flick slow on Dark Anima, it would have been done, I think. That sounds like extremely broken. So yeah, last stream I decided to fight Penance for fun. Made the bomb stupid mistake, misremembered a recipe. Accidentally mixed 3 of 99. Instead of like what, like a Hyper Mighty. One day I wanna do Penance Save Scum. Or a TIS. Makes me sad that we don't have good TIS tools for PS2 though. Otherwise I would literally be doing them now. Hyper, I see. Saves coming for 10 hours? But it depends. Like, if you have frame advance, it shouldn't be that bad. But that's another problem. We still don't have... Like, we have frame advance on PCSX2, but it's not that great. It doesn't have a frame counter. If it had a frame counter, I would actually do it right now. I would attempt Chimri as well. At least for phase 1, maybe. But also in that same vein, I would probably prefer a TIS in that sense, a low TED. Because it's kind of the same thing at the end. Yeah, I would literally do a TIS of every Dark Aeon energy. But the tools really suck right now. We do 90k less damage. Oh, you mean... Oh wait, does Trio override your break damage limit? For real? I didn't know that. No? Okay. It does? Yeah, it's kind of cringe if it does. Like, even if you do more damage. Yeah, no, I know about potions, but I thought the game would be smart enough to say, you know, do this amount, and if you do more, allow the player to do more. Instead of fixing it to that. You see, I'm generous with the game. Even though it treats me like garbage. Huh. Okay, this is a 10%. We are killing the dog. Wait, I had enough, didn't I? We can still check. No, that might not be enough. It's not. Just fucking killing. Yeah, I have a time attack file for penance, which has like pretty broken equipment and stats and everything. With like a water eater for healing. Okay, that's one tick. But yeah, this fight is surprisingly easy with save scum. We demonstrated that the other day. How many turns I have? Okay. Only one sister left on that. You suck. No. No, I have a run. I had a run. Now I have nothing. Yeah, I would use RNG money, obviously. It's just a pain in the ass to task right now. That is my problem right now. The task tools for PS2 are very archaic. Basically in diapers compared to everything else on other consoles. Like I don't DISs for Super Nintendo, GameCube, Game Boy Advance. I could do for N64, but I haven't routed that. A pain in the test to do exactly. Exactly. Come on, kill me fast, so I don't have to run this shit. Okay, I am actually... Someone is misaligned. Sandy hasn't died. The other two girls are aligned. Okay, it's over because now everyone's aligned and I need at least one tick. So it is literally over. There's nothing I can do here. So when you die and you revive, you get aligned with Anima, CTB wise. There's no ticks between your turn and Dark Anima. And there I needed at least one, maybe more, but... You could have prayed for a Cosmic Ray. Yeah, I guess. It's awful for a solo. What was the solo strat? I think, wasn't it something like you do enough damage? Or enough... You spend... You need her to fill the overdrive every turn. Like how many turns you have? With like quick hit, I'm thinking. And sometimes I guess maybe you can use double cast. Plus, you know, the auto life, obviously. Three. Oh, that sucks. Even with double cast. Well, actually, quick hit might just be faster than a double cast. Quick hit spam and use quick pockets with X potions. You don't need that many things for this fight, do you? Like, I'm thinking auto protect, auto haste, rebound, right? You don't need anything else, do you? Oh, auto shell maybe. It's kinda useful. Because I'm thinking whether you can mix an Eater for healing. Yeah. Oh, break HP limit. I forgot about that. That's true. Yeah, auto protect is not even that important. Like, it's not even that much damage. Either weapons. Are there Eater weapons? Do those exist? Yeah, you can always just erase your magic defense with clear spheres. I mean, you don't need any for this fight. That's why I did for penance. Just erase my all the magic defense notes. Elect Strike and Eater. Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, I prefer just Eater and do a double cast. You can heal in one turn with almost no HP. That's what I do on Fast Penance. Oh, this is kind of wretched. Attack only run for this fight? Interesting. Oh, you're just gonna ignore your sister. She hates her sisters. So 7, 3, 12. We have 12 hastes so far. 7 were single, 2 were doubles, 3 were triples. We got 1 or 2 sub 7s, I don't remember. I think we got a sub 6. Maybe? I'm not sure. The streams merged together quite a lot. Come on. You can do as you will after a delta attack. And she will do a reflect. Because my theory is that it defaults to do as you will. $90, $80, $10, $20, $30. $15, $30 attempts. Sindui. Come on, you always hate when Cindy dies. That is 1530. Yeah, I need more speedrunners from this game in my chat. I have too many questions. Like, I want to know how reliable it is to get a specific seed in PS2. Because I think people do it on HD, but I don't know if they do it on PS2. It's a lot more seeds. Really? So wretched. Come on. They don't do anything, and then the only thing they do is not all. At least a physical. Come on! The terrible rank 5 specials, yeah. I wish... You know, Pasado being rank 5 is fine, but I feel like Razia and Kamisare should be rank 4. It's unfair that they are 5. Because they just do damage. There's nothing like extra to it. Or is it? Do they use something else? Do they do something else? Yeah. Yeah, no, Pasado is great. Pasado is it's kind of broken actually. Like it's just a little bit less than Oblivion. How broken it is. I'm basically doing an overdrive every turn. But it's faster than Oblivion. Wait, they do delay? That's actually pretty good. Because I thought they literally do nothing. Just like a formula of damage. If they do delay, then I understand it. I get it. I know it would be immune, but I will understand it from a design perspective. Because if they don't do anything, I don't get it from a design perspective. It's just a stronger attack, but it's kind of boring, you know? Like every special... Like I get it on Mindy because he's so much stronger than I give it to you. Okay, it's the only thing that has it. It's just so much strong. Okay, fair enough. But every other special from the other, that kind of does something, you know? Like Aerospark, I think it dispels. Meteor Strike bypasses Protect. You know, stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, the others are wrong for. Boy, the sisters have it hard. I double? Okay. Fuck you. I can almost play this. Let's see if the game wants me to play this. Okay, that's not a pasado. I don't want to play it, but I'm gonna play it. Yo, Carrie, how's it going? It still wouldn't be CTV efficient as a regular attack, I see. But at least it would be less miserable. Just a little bit less. Is Pasado efficient in that sense? It's like a little bit less than double damage, I think. There is some niche scenarios though. Sometimes you wanna do less overdrive damage, you know? Most of the time you wanna do more, but there are some very niche situations where I actually won a Kamisare or a Razia. Pasado is better? Okay. Good to know. Also, Carrie, do you know how PS2... Like, how can I get access to the PS2 seats? Like, how are seats generated? You know what I mean? Like, I'll give you an example. Like, on Advance Wars 2, we have seats as well. If you give me a seat, I have a formula to calculate the next one. Does this game have something like that? Is there like a base seat, like seat number 1? That is like the primordial seat from which everything is generated or something, I don't know. Camisados can be abused. Seeing the CTV always gets notified after dismiss. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I also like to do camisares when I'm finishing. With Cindy in particular. Sandy, on the other hand, I'm gonna lose more time on the next summon, I guess. Then Greg Fox is the only one who knows much about that, I see. FX PS2 is the Enigma machine of RNG. It's the Ligma machine. Lig machine, if you will. Do your job. That is not your job. You are the support. You are not my DPS. Yeah, because I was thinking if it would be easier to just route a specific seed. Because even when you do manips, you are still fishing for hastes, you know? And it takes a lot of time to set up every single manip. Shizard Cypher. Who is that? I only know Shizard Clown. Finishing my sisters. How are your sisters doing? It's kind of just mental how lucky you need to get in this fight in the end. Yes! I was trying to put some numbers on it. But now I don't trust my numbers anymore. Because Stella low-key convinced me that a lot of the numbers I have are probably not independent. And so I don't think I can just multiply them. Because I have a number for how often a triple haze is. It's like 1 every 15 runs. By the way, very similar number from data collected from my streams and Adam. So 2 independent streamers in 2 independent versions. We can, if your estimation carry of Oblivion check survival is real, then you could calculate the probability of getting 23 rounds. And then with some binomial distribution, you can calculate maybe like something like how lucky is to get a sister pattern like Banks. Which might be something like 1 in 300. And then you can multiply all those numbers if they're independent. And the result is massive. It's like 600k attempts. But again, they're not independent because a good anima pattern will give you more hastes. More hastes will give you less turns of anima, so it usually tends to be a better pattern. And also, survivability of the party kind of depends on. Well, I don't know. Maybe that one is independent. No, if your sisters are triple haze, you have more probability of playing less bad sister rounds because you can get better in the CTV cases. So they're actually not independent as well. Yeah, my Yojimbo is consistent now. Even without the glitch. They're not unlocked stat yet. Ditto to Ixion to grind Earth Eater quickly. You still got Anima to a decent state though, right? Because Anima is like optimal for Kotos. But you don't need a whole lot. You just need enough strength to kill without Oblivion. Fun. Been finished for a long time. Including 110 luck, holy shit. Well, in that case, since you already have that luck, there is an argument to don't do Ixion. Like, I actually don't know if it's worth it for you. I did it because I'm doing this, but I also do time attacks of the other Aeons. But in your case, getting Ixion to that point might take longer than the extra time of Anima on each fight of Earth Eater. I think that's only worth it if you haven't leveled up the luck of Animas. To all other Dark Aeons, I see. Yeah, because you can win all the other fights with any Aeon, honestly. So you can choose whichever you want. Except sisters, maybe. I mean, you can, but with sisters, it can get tricky. Some scenarios. Iksha and Mindy's luck are both like 42. Yeah, I don't know if you want Ikshan, honestly. Because that 42 could be on Cindy, you know? It is a lot of time. Maybe you want to run the numbers. Like calculate it. Again, for me, it was worth it because I use it for something else. And if I were to do this again, I would probably do just Ixion and not Anima Lock. But I'm not gonna do this again, probably. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I also had that back then. I think my 2018 streams, I was doing some of that before Ixion. Whereas with Ixion, I have a formula to just not die with low magic depth. And you have to touch the sphere to heal Ixion every time, but still faster because of the animations. So Ixion it's kind of a funny thing because if you have it, it is faster and it is optimal. But having it, it's also a lot of hours. Like 110 luck is not free. Okay. The fuck is this? Go full life, maybe? Back on square one. I see. You just don't have defenses, huh? Yeah, I still don't mind it too much. I mean, the Kamisari at least. The Razia, I don't like it because she loses a turn, so it's less probability of defenses. What makes me more mad is the lack of physical attacks from Dark Anima. But yeah, Razia sucks. Yeah. But I don't mind Kamisari too much. Defense on turn 1. Yeah. I have my opinions on that run. I don't know if I want to talk about it. Oh yeah, you have taken a break. Forgot. Started to play too fast. You have a normal. Every time, every fucking time. Okay, good. Can we play this? How much do I have? That's 60, 60, 85. I'll probably push 1. Maybe 2 even. No, it's 3. Fuck off. Thought it was. I mean, no, it's fine. It's not 75. No, it's all. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, chat. Not 4. 75 is correct. It's all good. Unless she doesn't survive. Okay. So that's another double to the list. 3 doubles today, 3 triples, 7 singles. Nice crit. Yeah, I actually done that like 3 times today. I also done I done dismiss on round 1 into another summon on round 1. I don't remember, maybe it was with a Hyper Mighty G or with a Tick round, I don't remember. Cool. I think I need 1 more. No, we're cool. 85 2. Next turn is Riku, so if I feel lucky, or depending on the situation, I can do 95 2 as well. Reasonably good job. Fuck you. Dude. Fuck me. She might be able to come back. Just barely, maybe? No. But it might be at use. No. Doesn't matter. Fuck off. I need to use the toilet. He went from some potential to just kill me already in 2 turns. Yep. Pretty much. I'm getting a song for you, Chad. Be right back. I'm gonna have to cut that last song. It was just starting. It's great, but if I leave it, it's gonna be another like 7 minutes. I was healing Freya, so that's why I needed a lot of songs. I thought I needed more, but apparently 2 songs was just enough. But in case you're interested in that kind of stuff, that is Bonobo from the best album of Bonobo, which is the Black Sands. Best in my opinion, and it's great. Bonobo is a DJ basically, but it has one of the best samples. Like, it's incredible the magic it does with the samples. Like, I think Bonobo actually works with musicians to make those samples before using them on songs. And that's why they sound so crisp. Good thing that's not Sandy. That must be Sandy. Boy. It's always the one with auto life, so I cannot get a full life. Just making sure. Is this like no physicals, I believe? I think it is. No physicals only. That's my mistake. It's too late. Give me a second, chat. I'm checking things. This file is massive. I don't even know if my my notepad can open it. It can, okay. They're saying they're just numbers. But what do I get? What do I don't get consecutive numbers in, like, the seed document of the tracker? Cool. I don't remember your last action. But it wasn't a buff. Oh, it wasn't a lull, I think. Yeah, half HP. And it's kind of late on overdrive. Mindy doesn't have a turn, so I don't know if I want to check this one. Oh wait, there's the page. There's the Grey Fox page about seeds. How do we get there though? My history, I guess. Yeah, here it is. Yes, so for instance here, HD numbers are not consecutive. At all. Like at all. It could be that he's skipping a lot of seeds. Like in between. Whereas maybe PS2 cycles through all of them. I don't know. Oh, Chicago's chill. I'm right. That's kind of your last chance. Could check for one. Nope. We're gonna get to 1540 probably today. Okay. That one actually really sucks because Mindy doesn't have it. So she can easily do it again. We're definitely getting there. Lots of defense commands at least. Watering. Okay, this is the attempt. This is the 1540. Or wait. It's 20. Yeah. 1540. Pretty decent damage. I wouldn't mind a pasado. I mean, a haste. I got a pasado. Thank you. Good turns. I want to see a normal attack from you. Too much pasado. My god. I low-key want to run this. I mean, we'll see here. I don't think I can get a double though. It depends who dies here. I think I can. I'm not sure if I can. Depend. Because it was a pasado. I might not be able to. I can't. No, also it's just the delay of the haste, in fact. Okay. Maybe we can play it. Single. I think I'm gonna play it. Fuck it. Physicals, please. I want to see more. That's a lot of physicals you have for me. Okay. 7. Fuck you. It looks like 80. Or 75, rather. I think that's 75. Oh boys, 3 turns of Riku. This is so impossible. Okay, 2. Alright, 1. Mega, kill Waka, kill Juna. No. Fuck you. Well, that's 1540 attempts. $5 hours. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Of course you would do that. You have no idea how grateful I am that you can start this fight immediately, unlike other Dark Aeons. Like even Bahamut, which might be the second fastest one, you still need to cross an entire room. And the starting animation is slower. Just like a tiny cutscene at the beginning. This might in fact be the fastest Dark Aeon to fight over and over. It's almost like they predicted that someone would need to fight it over and over. Like I cannot imagine this challenge, but with the intro of Dark Ikshan, for instance, or Dark Ifrit. It sounds miserable. So one of the things about Shinryu, like doing round 1, it still takes a bunch of time. Less than on this fight, but it's also more repetitive. It's always the same. At least you have a little bit of variety here, even though it's not a lot. Like this variety, for instance. There is from time to time. No, no paints. What will you paint? No double. Paint. 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 Actually gotten a lot of good turns with help each other in turn 1. I don't think you Poseidon. No. Sure. Nice physicals. Holy shit. Oh, you just love that move. She's so full of it. She's full of water. You. The amount of early null-alls is massive. Not even on low HP? Now's your chance. I learned how to play the main theme of Bully on bass. Not that I can play it good yet, but at least I learned it. By ear, actually. Most of it. Because the bass line of the main theme is just... it's so good. But yeah, it has one part that it's actually pretty fast. It's a small part, and yeah. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to play that part. Okay, not bad. Sure, get it out of your system. Prepare your full life? Guess not. Triple Shell. She goes straight to protect. Could have done a go there. So many physicals. He's being so nice. Too nice, apparently. I'm starting to get hungry. That's a good sequence. Can't complain about that. I can't complain about that. And about that. And about that. Any other things to complain? Lulol, maybe? Okay, close. It is better than Lulol. You had your chance. All right. Have I seen every single one today? I think so. I haven't seen Flare. Flare's kind of rare. I feel like I see Ultima more than Flare. I feel like I almost never see Flare. I would take Flare over Ultima because I think Flare is one rank less. Might be like rank 4 Flare and rank 5 Ultima, I wanna say. telling you. She loves to do it. And the sister dies. You kill Mindy, maybe it's playable? What do you do? Do you attack? Sure. Oh, you did, no long. Of course. So much damage. Okay, I'm actually, I guess I can get to 1550. 2 more runs. Don't worry, just helping each other. Another one? Very useful. Very useful. Alright, chat, last attempt. With this we get to 1550. I think, let's see. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, yeah. We're definitely on a scarcity of miracles. It's crazy. I just haven't seen any long runs in a while. I've been stuck in like... Well, obviously you are always a little bit stuck on round 1. But I think these last streams I've been stuck on like sub 5 rounds, I wanna say. Yeah, I think I can... I think I finally got rid of the placebo. I've seen so many auto lives on herself on turn 1 that I think I can safely say that that is just a placebo. And also the amount of taking a break that I've seen from fight. Nice. I can double down. Actually sucks. She might do it again. You suck. It's the last round. Not unrunnable, I guess, at least? Yeah. It's something. I'm doing it for fun. This is the last one. I was feeling space in my notebook. I do the typical square. You do 4 lines and then a dash on the square for 5 attempts. And when I get too many of them, I just scribble all of them and add the numbers so I know how much I have. And then my notebook looks like this. Just all the attempts I just written over. It satisfies me because I have autism. It gives me a sense of completion. Oh boy. I would prefer a Chell on Cindy. Well, honestly, no, actually that's optimal. That is actually optimal. I think I cannot die. Yeah, she has to share it with her sisters. Can't be the only one having it. It's round 3. Don't kill her again, please. So, Kari, what is your opinion on what to do on feather strats when something like this happens, for instance? Riku dies, but I get a Yuna turn, a Sluna turn. Well, here I won, but if that happens... That's like the one thing I haven't figured out yet with Feather. Like sometimes if I can get a, you know, if Riku's 1 turn away, I'll summon. But if Riku's 3 turns away, it's like Feels like a dead run. I mean, a dead round, rather. This one's also a little ass. If it's early in the round, you try to get Yuna to switch to auto haste. Oh. I didn't even thought about that. You're right. How much is that? $70? Now that's actually... There is a problem there. I can't just do that right now. Because I actually have... Yuna has Auto Phoenix and Riku doesn't, because my Riku has Auto Potion on these threads. We need to go back to the other armor on Riku. You can get one turn here. Juni. What about Q's? Can you? Okay. Good job. Design is trying around the idea that if Riku gets focus, you can switch armor with Yuna. Still not undecided to instead give Riku Auto Potion. Means you can't switch Yuna anymore. Yeah, I didn't even thought about the switch. I think I'm going to implement it. At least I want to try it, because it really sucks. Like, every time you get to that situation, it's just kind of... But then you're stuck with the other armor. Because, like, you kind of go back to OG strats, because it's on very few situations, if you get a Yuna turn with auto haste, you are gonna be like, oh, instead of summoning, I'm just gonna change my armor to lose auto haste so we can go back to feather threats, you know? That's like one problem with it. That's why, at least for me, it's kind of hard to switch between the two. Why can't we have everything? Just let me haste while I'm hasted. Let me do that. You had Yuna plus Riku turn before Oblivion. You can switch back to non-auto haste and Hyper Mighty G. But that's bad, because Hyper Mighty G is always worse than an Aeon. If I just do an Aeon, I can do next summon on 20%, depending on the situation. If I Hyper Mighty G, the minimum is 40 for my next summon. This is more Phoenix Dawns and less probability. Otherwise, you can switch back. Okay. So it is time for hybrid strat, chat. Next stream, hybrid strat. I'm gonna play both. Because you know, I was just saying that I actually missed OG strats. Hybrid strats. Which is good, because Danks did OG. Adam and CeeLo are doing Feather. I'm gonna do Hybrid. Because I have the world record on Hybrid Heaven. Right? So I'm a Hybrid. I'm the Hybrid MVP. But I need to set up Riku's. Obviously. Let's see. Of course. We don't have any other way. Physical. Fuck you. You're very generous. She can't stand that she's the only one that has it. More high raise the way to go. Also keeps it possible. OBS, please don't die. A base still painful and risky to survive with only 2 characters having auto life. Yeah, that's true. I have survived with 2 characters a fair amount of times. So I guess it will be like everyone has Phoenix Dawns, right? Yeah. Pretty sure I have that armor. Yeah, I have all these armors. It is funny because I actually, while doing all my... Because I have many armors. I fought Dark Jimbo so many times. And I also, all the Dark Matters from... Like, pretty much when I was farming Earth Eater. From time to time, I would just, like, have reserves of Ribbon armors. Just make them, just in case I would need another Ribbon armor at some point. And that's why I was so quick into, you know, switching to this, because I just had a spare amount of Ribbon armors with a couple slots. The Auto Phoenix took me a little bit more. I had to kill some robots. Because there's another way to get them energy. I don't have Bribe. And I got some from Greater Sphere back then, when I was doing time attacks on that, but I don't have any left. So yeah, my first switch armor should be the Out of Haste one in the list. Riku doesn't need any change. I mean, I have to change it from the beginning, but not later, so I don't care about that. I don't think there's anything else I need to worry about. That's 1 tick, isn't it? That is 1 tick. I can barely see the pixel. quiet yourself. Also, am I on round 5? I might be on round 5. I think everyone's aligning. If everyone's aligning, I might need to go here. No, we are one tick off. Well, you always align with the one tick off, honestly. It's only if they die and revive where they get aligned. So it should be fine. Although 1 mega will kill everyone, doesn't it? Yep. So maybe it won't be fine. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. That one tick made it a 65. Because everyone can die. A nice 3 turns. It's being generous though. I love my Oblivion emote. She loves Waka. And I love that she loves it. This damage is miserable. I love this glitch. Okay, Waga's far away. She really loves Waga. It's like 5 Wagas in a row, so I want to see a Mega, because I don't think we're gonna see 6 in a row. My god. But then I need to survive a full round, 20% overdrive on these fucking sisters. At least 2 auto lives, but you know, 2 megas is kind of enough. There's one. Come on, Cindy. Cindy, please. No. It's over. Okay, maybe not. Do the sisters look... Oh, come on, that's Cindy. Do they lose motivation when they die? Where are my physicals? It's not a Chell. Wait, actually, she might have Chell. I think she has Chell. Because that wasn't a whole lot of damage. I need to get only physicals, chat. Okay, there's one. $95 plus the Mindy attack. Sort of. No, it's Mindy only. You have to do a normal attack here. And you have to survive. Alright. You did it. I'm going to say the survival there was very unlikely. Oh, also, sub 7. So we have 158 sub 7s from a universe of 1,550 runs. So about 10% or so get out of round 1 health. How often do you do RNG money runs? Not very often these days. Like today I did like 4 and 2 of them desync or were false positives. I'm like as long as the sisters desync a lot on almost, well, not almost, but there's a lot of times where I summon the sisters and I can swear that I haven't done anything in between, and you know I have the correct seed, and then on the next summon they get the sync. I get options that I don't have, and they do other stuff. It's weird. Stella was thinking about maybe just managing to get haste this early and nothing else, and then just run it normally. Which I was actually, that was the idea today. At 2 hours into the stream, I wanted to start doing that, but then I got like 2 false positives, and I was like, oh, okay. I thought about that for a while, yeah. Okay. Maybe worth just tracking RNG 4. Yeah, but the RNG 4 is still like, it's very annoying because you still need to keep track of who is alive in a way. Like I tried a couple times. Charging is huge for survival. I also never been able to do it correctly once I get the sync. Because a lot of the time when I get the sync, it's like, okay, I'm gonna keep track of RNG4, but it never works for me. I don't know what I'm missing. And the thing is, like, yeah, it's useful for survival, but also, since you still need to keep track of so many things. Because, for instance, okay, so it's not just waste RNG4. You waste RNG4 and then you check for next target on Dark Anima, right? That's the idea in order to use it, but that also means you need to keep track of who is alive and who is not. Because if someone's not alive, it's gonna give you an unknown target, right? So at the end of the day, you're still like using a lot of time on it. And it's a run that, you know, it can still just die to a Mega. So, like my train of thought is that if I'm gonna spend that much time, because again, keeping just RNG4 is actually not that much faster compared to keeping everything. Like, it's still slow. At least last time I did it, it was kind of slow. I'd rather spend that time in a full manic. Again, I can try to give it a shot at another one if I ever get the sync again. But every time I try to keep track of it, I lost track immediately because something. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's just hard. And I suck at it. Could be just that. Oh yeah, dying even from physical. That's alright. But you already have Shell. It can be a haste. Yeah, protect. 1 HP. She hates Mindy. See, no, yourself. Oh, yourself would have been better. Although Pain doesn't care. Thanks. Indy. Come on. No, wait. That might be Sandy. Yeah, okay. That means I can double down, but I'm gonna get an extra turn. Well, I can, yeah, we can double down. How is this runabout run still alive? It's crazy. I can barely double down, right? Yeah. Look at that. Wait. No, she still has the... Does she have... I actually don't know. Did I did 3 full lives? I think she doesn't have it. Like, that's the other thing. There's a lot of runs that we don't play. Back in the day, before I have a good PV, you know, I actually play a lot of runs. Like hell, when I didn't even have a PV, I play every single run. I think Mindy has shell. We're gonna leave it for now. Like back then, when I started doing runs with like sisters on, I don't know, like 40% critical, I was just taking every single run. Because I just wanted PVs. And as my PVs got better, I started ditching runs earlier. But it's like my PV, so it's 2.3 mil left. That is actually a run where I had to dismiss on round 1. And I think I have haze on Sandy, and that's it. And I get the triple haze on like round 3 or something like that. Like it actually has a very scuffed start. Once I finish this run, I'm gonna show you some stats, because I finally have the full stats for my PV. But yeah, if you actually were to run every single attempt, even if he has bad sisters, we'll probably see a lot of more runs like this. And I have to admit, I mean, back in the day, I did it. I've seen a lot of deep runs, but I'm stuck in round 1 hell now. And then this happens, right? Also, like, the full lives. I can see a haste. Giving some emotion to this run. Okay, you have our life, no one else, but it's fine. Yeah, she has. Come on, we gotta get that sub 6. That doesn't help each other. Oh, I'm dead, Chad. She has to attack. Mindy has to attack. Oh no, never mind. She has the delay of Pasado. Okay. Do you think the 16 HP on Cindy plays a big role in the dance run, considering it only has 3 megas on sisters? Considering the 3 megas, it could be. So, something about... Another thing that is stupid insane, like, in dance run is... He gets a Kuraga. I think twice. At least one. Sandy does a Kuraga on Cindy. With Cindy low HP. Like... I don't remember if two. Like, it might have been from one more time, you know? But I know it does at least one. Like, I have a file with 16k, actually. I do. It has worse shields. Like, my Aeon shields are a little bit worse. I don't remember how bad they are. And I probably need to make some equipments, maybe, if I want to do Feather there, at least. It's a very old file. I mean, it's 2024. It's not even that old, really. Probably 2024. Okay. 85.3. So maybe a 75. You want to do it on yourself. Do it on yourself. No, what do you look? Now you like your sisters. No one can benefit from that. Booty Blaster. Fuck you. No, you are fine. You are not fine. It's 65. I think you know only. Okay, one more turn. I think we're alive. I think let's walk out. Should be a unit turn. Yeah, sure. Oh wait, that was that a... I think that was a valid for. Oops. Is it? No, I don't think it is. I think I need a little bit more than that. How does the Adam was talking about the other day about when you sack Aeons, something about Anima skipping a turn or something like that. How does that work? Oh, you're seeing the Kuraga thingy? But you have to calculate it as a probability. So motivation can only be 100. Which, provided that you have the Sisters on Haste doing a lot of stuff, they probably are all on 100. So you have to calculate the probability with 100 motivation. And that, if you put that in the formula, it will give you the probability, I think. Also on Cindy, which, you know, instead of Mindy. If Aeon dies, you just auto-dismiss exactly on the tick after Anima's turn. He has to fail all the checks before. Yep, exactly. Now, there is a lot of checks, depending on the fight. Like, when it happens, I don't remember if all the sisters were buffed already. I think they were. So you are actually starting on Cure Kuraga when you do defense, I think. Exactly on the tick after Animar's turn, so it tends to be faster than shielding. I see. Oh, look at this! Look who we have here. Okay, so... but I haven't changed Riku's. Alright, I need to remember to change Riku. If I have a chance. Because then we can go back to OG. But I don't feel confident doing it here, so... Next time I do this with Riku, I think I'm gonna change the armor. So we can do the first hybrid strats. So many Razia when trying to one more time with haste? Yep. I think... Isn't it her the only one that has a lower probability of one more time? The same action? Compared to the other sisters? Okay, so Waka is fucked. Might as well attack. Cool. It should be this one. Why do I even have this one? This one's such a weird one. That I have that one. Alright. So we can do OG strats now. A little bit of your own medicine. Now the only bad part of this is that the glitch doesn't work on Anima itself. It only works on the other Aeons, so this is gonna be a long oblivion. Here, for example, Riku will get her turn immediately. Ooh, that's nice. Sorta, Cindy is higher naturally, Mindy has a 50% chance of doing pasado. Oh, so we just don't notice it because we are doing pasado all the time. Yeah. So a lot of the pasados we get are like from a fail on one more time. Makes sense. Goodbye, plant. No. But I mean, it's at least a summon. Gonna be a 75 something, maybe? Yeah. Oh boy. There it is, the naturally higher chance. No, what am I talking about? That's not a one more time. Never mind. I'm just teaching on her. I have exactly 999? No, that's 8999. Go, Mindy, go! You have a 3 in 128 chance of failing a first turn Delta attack. Look at that! And I actually seen that taking a break. Maybe like 3 times? Or maybe more? I've definitely seen it. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, who is going now? Maybe you? Now here's the thing, I shouldn't be sagging everyone if I'm going for the long run. Oh, but someone has to take the L here. Well, not necessarily. I mean, the run is not going anywhere, if we're being honest. I think I'm just gonna sack Bahamut. Fuck it. Or the sub 6. The kid. Do the kid. I mean, we've done 1, 2, 3, 4 shields. PVs usually have like 14 shields or so, 13, 15, between those numbers. So I only need 10 more, and I have more than 10, unless I need to keep cycling, obviously. But yeah, it will be optimal to have like good luck on Bahamut and having him over 92,000. So he can survive one Oblivion without haste. I mean, a shield. Kinda like the anima. Okay, this one's gonna look like the other. Maybe 85. Yeah, 85. 3. It's probably 75 because my sisters. It's really hard to adjust those when you don't have haste. You kinda just accept the extra turn a lot of the time. Only if it's a small amount of ticks. Otherwise, you're almost taking an extra hit on sisters for nothing. Cura. No, where's my physical? Where's my physical? Goodbye, girls. We got the sister check. Okay, I should probably switch to NSGNS. OG strats, I think. Like I wanna have Juna maybe like survive this and switch to NSGNS. Juna can't quite switch there. Well, whatever. Oh, but I already switched Riku's. That's true. Okay. No. Boy. If something has 100 motivation, it's about 1 in 561 for a Garaga, assuming you have to fail all the previous checks. Yeah, and on top of that, add maybe a 1 in 50 of choosing, you know, a target. Like choosing Cindy instead of Mindy. That's what I'm thinking. Chat, actually, isn't this a haste? This might be a haste for Ikshan for free. It is. Okay. Horse time. That's crazy. That means a Garaga is like never a good option. Pretty much. Oh yeah. Did you account for that, Stella? All the buffs. I think he had all the buffs already. So you're just checking Cura, and then you get to the Curaga check. Most likely. Oh, it's much higher without. That's crazy. Okay. Alright. It's time for the horse. Bam. Good. That was a non-crit. I don't even know where I am on turns. Like I don't know when I have to dismiss. Maybe here. Juna is fast. You can see it on her animations. Yeah, this might be a good moment. Should probably check before. Because I just haven't done this a whole lot. Have it for being Cindy specifically. Like a 2%, 4.2 to 2%, yeah. 1 in 50% into absolutely high ideal conditions. Chat, I'm dead. Chat, I'm dead. That's 2 turns. That is not 3 turns. Rip. Bam! It's a round 11. You don't get a round 11 every day. The horse was clutch. Survived like 2 or 3 turns. On these days it would be not immune to eject. Imagine that. Like the cosmic ray, because that is literally 1 bite, isn't it? 1 bite in memory tells the game that she's immune. It's a 0 of a 1. Maybe? No, it's not. It's like a it's like a 255 or 254 for immunity. I don't remember. It's 1 bit. Okay, so we changed that 1 bit, so it's not immune. Maybe it even lands on a low chance, but it's still possible. I get the cosmic ray at the correct moment. The cosmic ray thing is debunked. It was either faulty CPU or faulty RAM. Oh, wait, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the Mario 64 one? Because I think cosmic ray can still happen. It's just very low. The Mario 64, I think, was probably the Mario 64 one. My favorite culprit for the Mario 64 is the crooked cartridge. I think that's the most probable one. It's fairly common. Like I've lost runs of Hyrule Heaven to crooked cartridge. Like it's fairly common. And a lot more common than cosmic ray. But I think that still doesn't rule it out. I think 164 with faulty hardware causes weird glitches and crashes on games. Yeah. Yeah, it can totally happen. Either that or you have a hole in the ozone just above your house. No? Alright, Chad, let's take a look at numbers. No, but like seriously, if that happens and it's not immune to it, Jack, I literally like that would be so stupid. The worst part is no one will believe me. You know, like maybe you people will believe me that I'm not cheating. It would still wouldn't count as the clear, obviously, but it would be so funny and ridiculous at the same time. It's time for the controversial numbers. Yeah. So okay. So this is Lang's run. Every single attack. You reset several times on stream. It'll be easy to prove you didn't cheat. Yeah, obviously, but still. And I always do this. I do this on all of my PVs. By the way, it's just I haven't had a PV in so much. I actually get the camera out of the tripod, and I show the PS2, and I show my controller, and I do inputs and all that stuff. I reset the console, and also if someone in the chat asks for something for me to do, I can do it. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, so I index all of these. So back in the day, I have this index as left, center, right. I still have it as that, but this is not meaningful anymore. It's just so I know, just to keep track of anyone. But now I know that, you know, she's actually targeting characters, not sides. So I color them to keep track of the characters. So red is Waka, green is Riku, orange is the sisters. There, the side matters, actually. Blue is Yuna, and yellow is Tidus. There's a lot of numbers here, but obviously we want to take a look at the results. So here you can see it. So this is, maybe I can put this closer so it can fit on one screen. So here's are some numbers if we compare two runs. So this is Dank's run, and this is my run, my PV. So this is 2.3 mil PV. Mil left. So for instance, what Estella did using binomial is calculating the chances of this. Now, like I said before, so I think this is still just the chances of this amount of physicals, and you don't know the configuration of the others. Like, for instance, 1 on 180, I think is the amount of, is the probability for 19 physicals with from a total of 29, and you don't really know the configuration of this. Because otherwise you have to either use a trinomial or two binomials stacked together, I guess, to calculate that. But yeah, lots of megas on the party. Only 3 megas. Only 7. So this is the one that it's like insane. And if you compare to my numbers here. Also, no pains on Mindy. And let me see. I don't think I have the Kuraga here on the notes. Probably not. No, I don't think I do. I could do the party megas if you care. Sure. Although I think this is less statistically significant. Like I've seen this difference in runs. Whereas I don't think I've ever seen a run with these stats. Like in my career. Like if you take a look at some of my, for instance, my PV has a total of 51 pains. Is this my PV? No, that's tanks. This is total. Mine has 62, 60, 70, but the previous PV I have, it's 55 paints. So, you know, in terms of probability, you know, that's like 20 difference between those numbers that are all 33%. So that sounds very plausible. But 3 megas in the sisters is insane, obviously. And here I have other numbers. For instance, on this another PV I got 60 paints. I actually got more paints than the others. Very rare carries. But yeah, let's go to stuff here. So I analyze some of my streams and Adam's streams for hastes. So I only look at attempts and milestones so far, but now I look at hastes. So this double, triple, single, the context of this is important. So this doesn't mean, a lot of the time when I say double, triple, I mean Sandy casting the thing over and over from a one more time. But here is not that. Here, double, single, and triple, what it means is instances where you have one sister or two or three with haste at the same time. Because that's the cases we actually care. Like, we want to know what is the probability of getting a triple haste. Like 3 sister on haste at the same time. And surprisingly enough, this only taking a look at 3 streams from Adam and a bunch of mine. And the reason why I only have 3 from Adam is because I'm actually using my tracker on his stream. Because it's easier to see when he has haste. It's way easier that way. And I think he only has 3 streams with the tracker, so... But... tell me if it's not amazing how close these numbers are. On 2 completely independent runners. In, like, even 2 different versions of the game. Isn't it insane how close these numbers are? It's crazy. It's so crazy to me. So you see, you get, this is like the total hastes per hour. This is not single haste, by the way. It's just all the instances where she does a haste. And then, you know, you get like 0.4 something triple hastes per hour. That means every 2 hours, on average, you see a triple haste, right? And if you put in a attempts per triple haste, you invert some of the numbers, you get something like 15 or so. Like every 15 attempts, you get a triple haste. So okay, let's do the bad assumption that these things are independent. They shouldn't, like we were talking before, but if they were independent, we said the sister pattern was 1 in 280 that's being generous, right? Because it's just for the physicals. That times 50, right? So it's 4,020 attempts. That is without accounting for the survivability on the party. The thing is, for a failed attempt, you're statistically likely to see more megas. Yes, absolutely. There is a lot of survival bias on this. You want to look for few megas is when you lose via party. Yeah. So then, if we make another bad assumption, I'm just gonna keep doing bad assumptions for now. Let's say survivability on the party, it's also independent, which is not. But let's say it is. Carry estimates 0.75 survival per Oblivion round. So if we take that on 22 rounds, because the first round doesn't count because you always survive, right? It gives you this probability, which is 1 in 560. 1. And if you multiply all together, so let's do that. Oh, it's actually a number I have here. Oh, it's close. I don't know why this number is slightly different now. It's kind of weird. Oh, it's because I'm multiplying for this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, whereas here I'm multiplying times 15. This is basically the number I have here. That'll be the number of attempts to get the run. That is 2 million, by the way. This is in probability how the number looks. Now, of course, this is again bad assumptions, probably, because they are not independent. There's no way they are independent events. Because when you get good luck on sisters, your party survives more because you get your hyper mighty G rounds get a better chance of landing on the 100% OD, right? Things like that. There's a lot of things like that. So they're definitely interconnected. But I guess this is kind of an upper bound of the probability of the run. Also, if we assume a little bit less, so something like, let's say, let's say we have 100% survival. Okay? That means I'm multiplying by 1 when I calculate the survival of Oblivions. I still get this number, right? But again, assuming that they're independent, which they're probably not, but hey, whatever. That's 4,200 attempts. And then there is this controversial number that I was talking at the beginning of the stream. This is my estimation for the number of attempts that he could have done. And this is probably an upper bound. This is 3 months doing the challenge every day for 4 hours at 6.5 attempts per minute, which is lower than me and Adam, but I'm doing that because things were slower back then. Like, because of some strats and the way we reset and other things, we do attempts faster today. But like, fuck it, I could give my stats. It doesn't even change that much. It's Paul? Oh, I didn't know it was Paul. I thought it was international. Well, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. It was Paul. Yeah, Paul is 50. Is it not? I don't know. It could be international. The fidget seems slow. It could be that the emulator is suffering. Actually, that's a good question. I actually don't know if it's PAL or not. Or if it's international. A good question. Yeah, and by the way, so this is an upper bound. And what am I doing 2.5 if I'm getting 2.3? Because we actually have a number. We have a milestone, which is a PV of 4.5 million left on. So here's the number. Hang on. So January 30, 100 attempts in GameFAQs. 100 plus. We don't know how many. Then February 20, 2011. There's a comment in GameFAQs. 45 million left with 38 Phoenix Dawn left. So in this period, we can actually calculate the probability of that because we know how likely it is to get a sub 5. And it actually takes like that's more or less how I get the 200 attempts. And then from there to the clear, there's 3 months. So again, I'm giving 3 months of grinding every day, 4 hours a day, with the speed we have today even. It should not be over 205 attempts. 2.5k attempts. So I think that's an upper bound, actually. That's in my opinion, an extremely generous upper bound. And every probability we want to calculate it, we have to calculate it with this controversial number. That is my controversial number that I told you at the beginning of the stream. Okay, now I'm going to eat dinner. This is just food for thought, chat. We still cannot draw any conclusions. Okay. I wish we had at least one more person streaming this to have more data. I mean, yes, but also, and that's why I would like to understand more. It's a really hard probability to calculate, you know. Like, because I'm thinking of the Dream case, for instance. The Dream case was actually very easy, especially because we have access to, you know, his streams because it's more modern. And you never really calculate. You cannot calculate probability of cheating, by the way. That is not a thing. That doesn't exist because cheating it's a moral and human thing. You will need to like analyze how a person behaves. What you do is you calculate the probability of something being done on an unaltered copy or ISO of the game or emulator or whatever. That is what you do. And however that happens doesn't really matter. It could be with cheating. It could be by an accident. For example, I always talk about this. It's something very specific. I don't know if it's possible, but what if the bad emulators of back then, 2011, I don't know, they have weird animations and the animation cycles of Dark Anima and the party work in such a way that increase the probability, like megas were more likely and on the party, and then the animations of the sisters give you cycles in such a way that megas are less likely on the sisters. And it's an emulation glitch that doesn't happen on console. It could be. Just for throwing like a random stupid idea. If RNG2 is the culprit. And that's unintentional, you know? And the other thing is just making the grind more plausible. For example, something like you do a save state before every attempt, and you check the attempt, you know, you record every time. If the attempt has a triple haste, you just run it back over and over. That will rule out one of the numbers, for example, the triple haste. And even if you don't save scum the whole run, you know, that gives you an edge. Food for thought. Being outside statistical expectations of the universe. Yeah. So that's the dream thing. Yeah, the dream thing is it's over the. Matt Parker Cal said the 1 second, 10 million human century, something like that. Like you take a century of 10 million humans doing something every single second for the entire. Doing one attempt of something for every single second for an entire century. And I don't remember the number. It's something like 10 to the power of what was it? 17 maybe, I think. And Dream's Run was like 10 to the power of 22, I believe. We're obviously not getting those numbers. But I also don't know which numbers are we even getting, because, okay, let's say everything is independent. So it's a 1 in 2 million. So then the binomial you will calculate would be, what's the probability of getting a 1 in 2 million with 2.5 attempts? That is the binomial you're calculating. Of getting a clear with 205 attempts with a probability of 1 in 2 million. But all of these assumptions could be wrong. Easily. Because, again, they're not independent. We don't know enough. It's hard to simulate because everything is interconnected. In Minecraft, it was very easy because it's just drops from monsters and they're fully independent. And that's it. Like, it's so easy to calculate. But here, it's... How do we even go calculating the probability of surviving an Oblivion? With all the fucking combinations that can happen. What is that binomial, by the way? I'm just curious. With optimal play, I don't think it's higher than 1 in a few million or worse. Huh. Which binomial? No. Like, new binomial. Just drop. So, we have 2,500 attempts. What is the probability of, with 2,500 attempts, getting a clear? If the probability of the clear is 2.3 million. This is like the meta binomial. With, again, lots of assumptions. Many. Okay, I actually want music from Gaga Set. Yeah, and the good thing here is that actually every attempt is independent from each other, so that's the good part. Yeah, if you want this in probability, it's like 0.604. That's how it looks in probability instead of chance. 6 zeros 42, I guess. .1, assuming all your numbers are correct. So basically 1 in 1,000. So it means if we have 1,000 players doing this challenge with these numbers, one of them will get the clear. More or less. Or if the multiverse, not quite, expected but not guaranteed. Yeah, that's true. So in the multiverse, there are only 1 of 1,000 universes get it. Okay. I'm tired, chat. I need to eat. Some of these are generous. Yeah, but the thing is, that's a meta probability. Because, like, for example, 1 in 1,000 is completely fine on, I don't know, a card game because you have thousands of games. But 2011, there were like, how many? 3 people playing this? But yeah, the things that are generous here are, we're not calculating the megas, for instance. We only calculated the physicals. I might be overestimating. I mean, again, I gave every single day for 3 months, 4 hours a day, at the pace we play, which I think is very generous, but I'm trying to give a lower bound or an upper bound, I don't know. And the other thing is, we also don't fully know the probability of surviving. All of this is smoke, chat. Like, it's assumptions over assumptions. Like, it's just so hard to say anything. What I can say, the only thing I can say, is Adam has done 10,000 attempts. and I've done no close to that. But also we have the same PV, so I don't understand probability, chat. I don't get it. I just know I want to eat something. So, stream maybe tomorrow, depends. If it happens, it'll probably be late. So yeah. 0.42 for Adam. To get the good run. Interesting. It's more like 10k 600, but yeah. That you get the run with, yeah, with 10,000, yeah. Yeah, that still kind of sucks. That's still 1 in 200. It doesn't even increase that much. Like, I think when you do binomials of like coins and things like that, I think when you get to like 60%, it's like when you go, you get to the actual odds of it. Go eat. I can't eat because you keep throwing me numbers, and I get lost in numbers, chat. Chat, this is never gonna happen. Goodbye.